Good afternoon and welcome to live coverage of Averett softball here on the Averett Sports Network. I'm Drew Wilson. We got a good one for you today as the William Peace University Pacers are coming in to take on your Averett University Cougars here in a doubleheader at Cougar Field here in Danville, Virginia. Coaches are meeting. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll have the starting lineups and more on today's game here between Averett and William Peace. And welcome back as we get ready for today's matchup, Game 1. I'm Drew Wilson. I'll be joined by Chris Richmond here shortly as the Cougars and Pacers take on each other here in a non-conference matchup against two former USA South foes. William Peace Pacers come in with a 13-7 record. They're 2-2 in USA South play. Averett, meanwhile, 4-14 overall, 0-2 in the ODAC. Get the starting lineups here in just a second as we are ready to get started. First pitch, a ball here as Preston Hawkins will lead it off for the Pacers. Hawkins will lead off, playing first base. And Claire Yancey in right field. Adania Day at third base are your first three hitters for the Pacers here. As Taylor Sullivan fires in a strike here for the Cougars. Megan McEnany in left field, batting fourth today. Logan Ayers at shortstop. Angelina Jones is the DP. Anna Suggs at second base. Kaylee Griffith-Teamer behind the plate. Lydia Hunt at center field, and Catherine Murphy pitching today for the Pacers. As that one in there for another strike. 1-2 the count here. So 1-2 count here to Hawkins. And that pitch a little low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. For the Cougars, Sullivan getting the start in today's matchup. She's 2-5 on the season. This one chopped out to Angela Rodriguez at short. Throw across the diamond in time for the out. One away. Let's take a look at that Averett fielding alignment here for the Cougars. You got Zabik in left, Gates in center, Heath in right, Hill, Rodriguez, Lee, Luckenball in the infield, Sullivan and Nelson behind the plate. So the first pitch popped up is Yancey and caught in foul territory by Salem Hill for the second out. So Adania Day will step up here. First pitch a called strike here with 2 away. And that one rolls in the dirt here. 1-1 the count. This one hit out into left field and caught as Zabik had to fight with it, but able to make the catch for the out. And that'll be it here. 1-2-3 inning in the top of the first. We'll be back. Cougars coming to the plate. And welcome back. We go to the bottom of the first inning here. And Cougars coming to the plate. Take a look at the batting order for Averett Gates. Zabik, Nelson due up here in the bottom half of the first inning.
Caitlin Gates coming into this one. Batting .302, 63 at-bats and has 19 hits on the season. So pretty solid hitter there in the one spot with a lot of speed.
And Murphy getting the start today, the lefty for the Pacers, comes in with an 8-2 record. She's got a 1.83 ERA, so having a really strong start to her year. 10 starts, 12 appearances coming to today, and this one dropped down foul.
And they use her in that button situation a whole lot on the season, and there's no surprise. When she's on base, just a little quick fact for you, she is 7 of 8 on steal attempts, so she's definitely a threat that the Cougars want on the base to lead off things here in the first.
It definitely has been, as you mentioned, Chris, she can get on base, and when she does, she's a good runner out there for the Cougars, and she's kind of been in that leadoff spot all year as a freshman. You don't see that very often, but she's definitely proven her worth so far this season. 2-1 count here to Gates. Been pretty much the everyday center field starter for the Cougars. Swing and a miss there. Evens the count at 2-2. Talk about Murphy in the circle today. She's pitched in 69 innings so far this year with 65 strikeouts. So, Cougars obviously facing off a pitcher who's having a really good season as Gates fouls that one off. 2-2 the count here.
This is something you see from Gates a lot, especially with the two-strike approach. He battles very well at the plate. He's able to foul off a lot until she sees the pitch that she wants. Part of the reason why she's batting over 300.
This one chopped out to shortstop, and the easy 6-3 put out as Ayers makes the play for out number 1.
Up hitting now for the Cougars, going to be 17.
Now, bat number 17, Hannah Zabik.
Batting 234 on the year, 47 at-bats, and 11 hits.
Zabik started out the year 0 for at the plate and has really kind of turned it on these last couple weeks, and her batting average doesn't show it because of the slow start, but she really has come on strong and done a good job for the Cougars offensively when they've needed it. She swings through strike 1 there.
You know, Zabik, the freshman out of Sykesville, Maryland, has been really important here for this Cougars lineup here this year. That one's going to be a throw out at first from third, but Zabik's been very valuable, whether you're looking at the plate here of late, but also in the field as well, playing outfield and also in the circle as well.
Yeah, she's been a kind of a two-way player for the Cougars, being able to play in the field, but also come in and be kind of the second pitcher on the staff, and has really done a good job. So two-way here for Nelson, who's having a pretty solid senior season, batting .390 on the year. Started every game for the Cougars. Leads the team with 16 RBIs. Looks at a strike there, evens the count at 1-1.
And you know, this isn't the ideal situation for the Cougars. They like having a couple runners on the base when Nelson's up to hit, because you see it with that RBI count, she gets the hit she needs when runners are on. She does the job, but she's going to have to work around it a little bit here.
And Nelson taking over the catching duties from Anna Coleman, who's now an assistant coach with the Cougars, as Nelson fouls that one off. Count now 2-2.
Top of the first very quickly. Now the Pacers looking to get out the bottom of the first here quickly as well.
That one a little bit outside. 3-2 the count. And Nelson just got a piece of that one to stay alive.
Thought she caught a piece of that one, as that looked like a good pitch, but you could hear the little nick on the inside of the bat there. maybe caught towards the handle.
And got a little piece of the umpire as well at home plate in the shoulder. So
we see our head athletic trainer, Maria, coming over, but nothing but smiles and laughs down there from the ump stuff. It appears that everything's going to be just fine down there, just a little shaken up on the play. As that's one of the dangers of calling the game behind the plate. You always have that chance of the ball getting fouled up back into your face or shoulder area.
So still full count here for Nelson with 2 away. Payoff pitch coming from Murphy. And it'll be a 2-out walk for Nelson. And she'll reach here, first player to reach for either team. That'll bring up Salem Hill. Hill swinging a hot bat as of late.
Batting .417 with 4 doubles and 8 RBIs has really been coming to her own here of late for the Cougars.
Oh, and she fouled that off her forehead. Kind of knocked her helmet off.
That's one of those plays that we see that face mask coming into play, protecting the player's face, because if that face mask wasn't there, that could have been easily the nose or the eye area.
And this one hit down the line in left field. And that's a single for Hill.
And that's one of the things that's been helping her out, batting over 400. You don't got to kill the ball, you just got to put the ball in the right places, and right there it was a perfect place ball with a runner on first, just to advance the bases and give the bottom of the lineup a chance to put up some runs here for the Cougars.
We'll see what they can do with Sullivan coming to the plate, see if she can help herself here. Looks at strike 1 from Murphy.
Junior out of Timberlake, North Carolina, batting .244 on the year.
This one hit down the foul out on down the left field line. Quick 0-2 count here to Sullivan.
Sullivan does have 7 RBIs on the year, so knows how to swing the bat when it's at the right time here.
That one trickles in on the ground. Sullivan, obviously, sometimes when you're a pitcher, you don't get to hit, but she's one that they keep in the lineup. She's definitely got a bat and hits this one out to the gap, but run down out there by the center fielder Hunt, and that'll be it. The Cougars will strand 2 here in the bottom of the first inning, still scoreless, in game 1 of our doubleheader. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
For more than 40 years, Averett University's athletics programs have competed in the USA South. Now we begin a new era as a member of the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. We will continue to build on our traditions. We'll continue to develop our student athletes into tomorrow's leaders as catalysts for positive change. With 24 NCAA and club varsity sports, we'll bring championship aspirations, high academic success, and a focus on community service. We bring first-class facilities, and we will continue to build for the future. We'll renew old rivalries and create new ones in the ODAC. We'll do it as one team, one family, one Averett.
Now bat number 1, Megan Agani.
And welcome back as Megan McEnany will come in to lead things off here for the Pacers here in the top of the second inning.
She's batting .288 on the year. As that one's popped up and went straight to third for the pop out to Salem Hill. So quick first out here for the Cougars, keeping the defensive momentum that they started at the bottom or the top of the first.
That'll bring up Logan Ayers, the shortstop, batting .355, which ranks second on the team for the Pacers coming into today's doubleheader. Looks at strike one here. Pacers coming off, I believe, a split with a nationally ranked Pfeiffer team earlier this week, so they're kind of riding momentum high. This one lined out. That'll drop in and gets by Gates. And looks like we might have a one-out triple here.
Now make that 23 hits there for Ayers. And I was just looking, 22 hits on the season, only 6 RBIs, meaning she's usually not in a situation where she has to bat in anybody. And she done it perfectly right there. Nobody on, gets a one-out triple right there to get a runner in scoring position here for the Pacers.
So Angelina Jones will come to the plate. Looks at strike one here from Sullivan, who's now got to work around this one-out triple and try to keep the Pacers off the board here.
Jones batting .325 on the year with 13 hits and only 2 RBIs, so not really in situations where she bats anybody in as well. That one's popped straight to right. Runner goes, and that's going to score a run here for the Pacers to break the 0-0 tie here at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, the sacrifice fly brings in the first run of the day. So the Pacers take the 1-0 lead here, but 2 away. That'll bring up Anna Suggs.
Suggs batting .288 on the year with 17 hits.
This one popped up in foul territory, caught by Nelson, and that'll be it for the Pacers. But they do benefit from that one-out triple. They bring her home, and they lead 1-0 through. We go to the middle of the second inning here in Game 1.
University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And welcome back. We go to the bottom of the second inning. William Peace with a 1-0 lead here on Averett. Carson Lee will lead things off here for the Cougars. Start at the bottom of the second.
Lee batting .208 on the season with 11 hits, seeing 53 at-bats, so seeing a lot of pitches here for the Cougars coming into this one.
Looks at ball one here from Murphy, who was gifted a 1-0 lead by her teammates in the top half of this inning. Cougars looking to get it back. Murphy lays off that pitch high and inside for ball 2.
And Lee has 7 strikeouts on the year, but when you see 53 different at-bats, 7 strikeouts is not bad at all. So pretty disciplined at the plate here for the Cougars.
Looks at ball 3, so a 3-0 count. You got to imagine the take sign is on here for the senior. Cougars looking to get a leadoff batter aboard. And that one a strike right down the middle. Murphy trying to battle it back here.
That's always tough when you got the 3-0 count. They tell you to take it, but you see one right down the pipe like that.
And that one outside, ball 4, and that'll be a leadoff walk as Lee, patient and with a good eye, is aboard to get things going here for the Cougars. Mackenzie Luckenball will now come to the plate for her first at-bat of the day.
Luckenball coming into this one, batting .317, 41 at-bats and 13 hits. So she has also seen quite a bit of pitches here for the Cougars. And being a freshman, this is very important to get that many looks early on in your career.
So Luckenball looks at strike 1 there.
See both corners playing up a little bit here in case of a bunt, trying to advance the runner here.
Swing and a miss there, so 2 quick strikes for Luckenball, the freshman. Averett wearing their white jerseys with the navy pinstripes today. Peace in their all-black unis. As this one hit over and through the right side for a base hit, I believe. And nearly thrown away. But the Cougars stay put, 2 aboard.
As you don't expect, being a runner on first, you don't expect that ball to get past first. So Lee was kind of letting up on second, just trying to get that one bag, but really could have got 2 right there if she took it all the way. But, of course, you're not prepared for that situation, just the ball getting through on an error like that.
So Hannah Heath comes to the plate with 2 aboard. Heath lays off that pitch, misses outside for ball 1. Heath, the senior, had a 2-run homer a couple games ago for her first home run of the season. A big swing there, can't catch up to it. Count now 1-1.
She's batting .222 on the season and 18 at-bats and 4 hits. Hasn't seen a lot of at-bats here for the Cougars, but
that one fouled back. Count 1-2. Yeah, Heath, one of those players that kind of platoons in right field for Averett, so usually she'll see action in one of the 2 games of a doubleheader. But she's made the last couple of games, she's really made the most of her opportunities, able to get some base hits and some RBIs. This one popped up right at the plate, caught in foul territory by the catcher, Griffith Teamer, for the out. So 1 away here. And that'll bring up Angela Rodriguez batting out of the number 9 hole today.
Rodriguez batting .340 on the year, 53 at-bats and 18 hits, and has 12 RBIs, so second on the team in RBIs, so definitely a situation that you want here for Rodriguez with 2 runners on.
Yeah, she's been hitting in the number 2 hole for most of the year for Averett as that pitch misses inside. But I guess, she's still batting .340, so you can only say this. You got to sort of say this, with context. Her bat has kind of cooled off slightly over the last couple of games. Still batting very well for the year, but maybe that's why getting moved down a little bit in the lineup for today's game. Also, a lot of times you see coaches put a good hitter, maybe 9th, in the lineup to kind of kickstart the top of the order when they come back around. 1-1 the count here to Rodriguez. Fouls that one back to the net for strike 2.
Yeah, it looked like her and Zabik switched because Zabik, I believe, was in that 9th hole for most of the season. So just a little switch. It never hurts to kind of freshen things up if things aren't necessarily working out well for you. A little spring cleaning, I like to call it, during this time of year.
And that pitch way inside. Rodriguez had to duck out of the way for it. 2 balls and 2 strikes here to the sophomore.
And you got Rodriguez, who's been walked the most on the team, 10 walks. So that's definitely valuable to have in the 9th hole, someone who can watch pitches at the...
This one hit out to left field and right at the left fielder, McEnany, for the out. So 2 away now for the Cougars, and it'll be up to the freshman, Kaylee Gates, coming back up for her second at-bat of the day. 0 for 1 in this one. See if she can maybe slap something through and keep this inning going for the Cougars. That one in there for strike one to Gates.
And the leadoff hitter here for the Cougars, not really a common situation here for her as she's looking at runners on, but does have 5 RBIs on the season, so has batted in a few. Like I mentioned before, she's very good at battling at the plate as well.
And a swing and a miss there for strike two.
It's now count 1-2.
That one outside evens the count at 2-2 here to Gates. Averett down 1-0 here early in game one. Turned out to be a beautiful day here at Cougar Field. Temperatures hovering in the low 60s, but sunny as that one fouled off out of play to the left side.
So far in this one, what Murphy's been able to do in the circles, she's been able to, no matter if the batter's left or right-handed, favor the outside part of the zone and get some of these batters to chase. And so far, it's been working out well for her.
Gates stays alive here. Just got a piece of that one. You look at Murphy. She's pitched now and came into today with 69 innings pitched, so now 70 full innings pitched, 70 and 2/3, I guess if you want to get technical. 65 strikeouts in the year, which averaging about a strikeout an inning. But the Cougars, knock on wood, so far have not struck out just yet. Been able to make contact, put the ball in play. But Gates unable to reach that one way outside, and that'll be it for the Cougars here. They'll strand a couple runners here in the bottom of the second inning. We'll go to the third. Averett trailing 1-0.
For more than 40 years, Averett University's athletics programs have competed in the USA South. Now we begin a new era as a member of the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. We will continue to build on our traditions. We'll continue to develop our student athletes into tomorrow's leaders as catalysts for positive change. With 24 NCAA and club varsity sports, we'll bring championship aspirations, high academic success, and a focus on community service. We bring first-class facilities, and we will continue to build for the future. We'll renew old...
And welcome back as we go to the top of the third inning. Kaylee Griffith-Teamer will lead things off here. First pitch, a strike called. Griffith-Teamer, a Danville native, went to Tunstall High School just up the road here from Averett's North Campus.
Batting .304 on the year with 23 at-bats, 7 hits.
That one misses outside for ball one on the pitch from Sullivan.
It's kind of different looking at a visiting team and talking about someone who went to school right up the street, as I'm so used to most of them coming to Averett and playing for the hometown team. But
count 2-1 here as the pitch from Sullivan a little low for ball three.
Griffith-Teamer hasn't been walked on the season. So She's definitely looked to try to get her first one here at 3-1.
That one, Salem Hill range over from third, got a glove on it, but knocked it into the outfield, so it'll be a base hit through the left side. That puts Griffith Teamer aboard here with nobody out. And it looks like we might see a pinch runner, number 5, Rachel Morey, is going to pinch run over at first base.
Pitch hitting number 5, Rachel Morey.
So the pinch runner was Rachel Morey.
As that's a tough play to make. On the hot corner, we talk about third base. If you don't play far enough over, it's almost impossible to try to come across and make that play. And then you have Rodriguez, who did a good job trying to back up third, but just came over a little bit too much. You can't predict that.
Yeah.
So it got past her as well.
And this will bring up Lydia Hunt. Runner takes off, throw down to second, gets by. Will be a stolen base here on the play. Runner now moving into scoring position. Count 1-0 after that pitch was a ball.
Not a bad throw there from Nelson. That's about where you want to put it there on a throw down to second. One hop low to the glove. Just good jump there from first base.
That one in there for a strike. So 1-1 the count.
Hunt's batting over 300 on the year, 306 with 49 at-bats and 15 hits. Also has 7 RBIs, so.
And that one in the dirt, 2-1 the count.
Hunt definitely looking in to try to add to that RBI count with a runner on second after a stolen base. No outs here, so a sac fly to advance a runner here to third is also in play.
And a little chopper over to second base. Not sure why the runner hesitated. Any ball hit to the right side, you're taking off if you're at second base. But Morey is able to advance and slide in under the throw. But there is one out now after the 4-3 putout.
Bat number 19, Preston Hawkins.
So that'll bring the top of the lineup back up for the Pacers with Preston Hawkins. The pitch in there for strike one.
And this is something that Sullivan does very well, is just reeling it back in. You know, you give up one big hit, you can't stay in that at-bat. You got future at-bats, and you just got to go to that next at-bat, and it's something that Sullivan's been able to do all year. She gives up a tough hit. She's able to go and get one there.
One. Make it 2-1. So that one missed the zone from Sullivan. Averett looking to strand this runner over at third. But a line drive right at Rodriguez, and what a catch. She had to hop up a few inches to get that one, but able to make the key play, and that saves a run from scoring.
You know, Rodriguez, someone would not known for her height, goes and stretches, uses every inch she could to go make that play, and she does get a valuable second out here for the Cougars.
So that will bring up second batter, Claire Yancey, looks at strike one. Yancey playing right field today. This ball popped up over in foul territory over at first and caught by a Luckenball for the out, and that'll be it. The Pacers will strand a runner over at third, but they lead 1-0. We'll go to the bottom of the third when we return here on the Averett Sports Network.
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. The bottom of the third here. Cougars now up to bat. It's going to bring up Zabik. Zabik in that second hole today here for the Cougars. Cougars had runners on, wasn't able to score any of those, so they're still scoreless through three here.
First pitch a little high for ball one here to Zabik.
And we talked about Zabik earlier, usually at the bottom of the lineup here, now batting two, but she is familiar with these situations, as we see a lot. The Cougars end up with Zabik leading off a lot of the times here.
That one line foul up against the fence down the right side. Count remains 1-1. So 0-2 count. I think they appealed down on the first pitch there. Ended up calling it a strike. That one bounces in, so now 1-2.
Zabik with a 288 on base percentage, not the highest on the team, but not the lowest either. So a decent on base percentage here for Zabik. It's something that's valuable here for the Cougars.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Two balls and 2 strikes here for Zabik. As that's going to be a high pitch. So now full count here for Zabik. She's able to battle all the way back from going down to 0-2. So that one's fouled off. Zabik still battling here in the leadoff spot, trying to get on base and try to get something to go here for the Cougars. Something the Cougars have been struggling with in the last 2 innings is getting that leadoff on and bringing them around the bases and advancing them. So the Cougars can go ahead and get a leadoff here. It will definitely be an improvement from the last 2 innings, as that one's going to be fouled down the left field line. It's going to go out, chased down by a couple Pacers, but that's going to be out of play. So Zabik still stays alive here. As Zabik's still battling. 3-2 here, trying to get the leadoff runner here for the Cougars. So this pitch is going to be outside, called ball, and Zabik does it. Battles all the way back from 0-2. Gets on base here for the Cougars to get a leadoff on. Now bringing up Lauren Nelson. As we mentioned earlier, Nelson leading the team in RBI, so does a very nice job of hitting with runners on. As we have Zabik on first base, someone who with a lot of speed as well here for the Cougars. So definitely a threat around the bases, as that one's going to be fouled up and out of play behind the press box for a 1-0 start, or excuse me, 0-1 start for Nelson. As Zabik is 5 for 5 on steal attempts. You see a little hit and run go there. That ball's hit down the left field line, stays in and popped out to left field. So almost a dangerous spot there for the Cougars, as they had the hit and run on, but Zabik's able to get back on first to only minimize the damage to 1 out. So Nelson pops out the left field. This brings up now Salem Hill, who got a hit in the second inning for the Cougars. She's coming into this one. We'll mention how she's swinging a hot bat here. Has 8 RBIs on the season, so definitely somebody who can advance the runners as well. It looks like that one's going to be called ball there for Hill and go ahead of the count now 2-0. Now Hill, who leads the team in on-base percentages out of the normal everyday players, as that one's hit the left field, pops up, and that's going to be another pop out here for the Cougars. So tough 2 at-bats to follow up the walk to lead things off. 2 pop-outs, the left field, 1 out of play, 1 in play, to now make it 2 outs with a runner still on first. So now number 7 coming up here for the Cougars. That's going to be Sullivan trying to get things going here, as that's going to be a first pitch strike for Murphy, who's gave up a walk in the first at-bat, but has been able to battle back since and get 2 outs here for the Pacers. That one's going to be fouled off the back here. So now 0-2, 2 strikes here for Sullivan in this at-bat with a runner on. If you're the Cougars having 2 scoreless innings, you definitely don't want to leave anybody on. You want to try to get a runner in to tie everything up here. As this pitch is going to be outside, called ball. Zabik faked it, had Murphy a little eager there in the circle trying to get the ball back. As this pitch is going to be high, and they're going to say Sullivan did, and that's going to be a strikeout to end the inning. And no other way to end it for Murphy after giving up a walk in the first, causing 2 pop-outs and a strikeout to end the bottom of third. We'll be back with the top of the 4th with the Pacers back to hit with Averett Sports Network. And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. The Pacers now back up to bat after getting out of an inning, after giving up the leadoff batter on. So now this is going to bring up number 29, Adania Day, here for the Pacers. So that one's going to hit a laser up the first, and that's going to get through and go to right field. So that's going to be a leadoff runner on for the Pacers after getting out a very nice inning in the bottom of the third. Now bringing up number 1 here, McEnany. With no outs, runner on first. Most of the playbook pretty open here, as it's going to be a bunt. Hill fields it, goes to first with it, gets the first out, but the runner's safe on second. So the job is done there for the Pacers to get the leadoff runner over to scoring position. Now second base runner threat here for the Pacers. This is going to bring up now number 9. Back up the bat here. It's going to be Logan Ayers. Ayers back in her last at-bat, got a 1-out triple that ended up being the lone run here in this game. Following that was a sac fly that batted Ayers in. So she's 1 for 1 on the day with the triple that went out into left center. As that's a nice pitch by Sullivan, a little bit inside the box, goes ahead and gets a strike there. Battle back 1-1 with 1 out here. As the Cougars trying to answer exactly back with what the Pacers did in the last at-bat is that one's hit straight to center field, gets through, advances a runner to third, and that's going to be 2 for 2 on the day for Ayers, a single and a triple as she bats the runner now to third base. Runners on the corners here for the Pacers, bringing up now number 3, Angelina Jones. Jones with only 2 RBIs on the season, but definitely in a ideal situation to get 1, maybe 2 here. As Ayers is 5 for 5 on steal attempts, so no shock that she's going to go there, make it 6 for 6 there, as we have now runners second and third here. 2 runners in scoring position for the Pacers, with now number 3, Jones, who had the sac fly, back in the second here for the Pacers. So she has a chance to add on to her 1 RBI back in the second here with 2 runners in scoring position. This pitch is going to be outside, breaking a little bit to the right, and that's going to be a swing and a miss by Jones to make it 0-2. That pitch is going to be hit right out the center field to Gates. Gates makes the play, but the throw's not going to be in time for the runner on third. That's going to be Day running in to get the second score of the day here for the Pacers, and that's going to be another sac fly there for Jones. So Jones now with 2 RBIs with 2 sac flies, doing the hitter's job here for the Pacers. So now Ayers still on second base here. So now runner still on in scoring position. As that pitch is going to be a little bit high, called ball. Anna Suggs up to bat here for the Pacers. She's looking at a really good situation here with a runner on second. Still 2 outs, so got to put it in play, as that's going to be a called strike. 1-1. Sullivan just settling down, trying to get this one to get out the inning here. So this one's going to be just popped straight out the center field, back to Gates again, and Gates comes over a little bit to make the play. And the Cougars get out of the inning, but not before the Pacers tack on another run to go up now 2-0. We'll be back at the bottom of the 4th with the Cougars trying to answer with Averett Sports Network. We are back here with Averett Sports Network. Bottom of the 4th, the Pacers were able to get another sac fly by Jones to take it up 2-0 here. Murphy still in the circle here for the Pacers. This leads up Carson Lee up to bat here for the Cougars, who reached base off of a walk in her last at-bat. So that's going to be a swing and a miss there for Lee to go behind the count 0-1 here. So that pitch is going to be similar location. This one a little bit high up. Lee lays off that one. It's going to be called ball 1-1. Another high pitch here for Murphy. Called ball now 2-1. Lee now ahead of the count. as that's going to be a foul off. I couldn't tell if that hit the bat or not. The ball went off to the right. But either way, it's going to be called strike now, 2-2, and the Cougars now find themselves in a situation where they have to get the leadoff runner on, try to get something going here. Because that's going to be a very close pitch there. Lee with the good eye to hold off of it, causing full count here, battling now with a 2-strike approach, full count. You got to swing at anything close here for Lee. That's going to be a swing and a miss. Murphy settles back down, goes back at Lee, and gets the strikeout here on a full count to get the leadoff batter away. Now it's going to be number 1, Mackenzie Luckenbaugh, back up to bat here for the Cougars. And if you're the Cougars, you'd much rather her be batting with no outs and with at least a runner on first, but now that's going to be high. Looked like it might have caught Luckenbaugh's hand there. As she was going for the bunt, so it's going to be called strike. It looked like she wasn't able to pull back the bat a little bit there and protect the hands, but she appears to be all right. She was shaking that right hand a little bit. Now she's back in the box here for the Cougars. Behind the count now, 0-1. So that one's going to be hit right down the right field line. Gets past the first baseman, goes out to the right field. Quickly thrown in, but Luckenbaugh is able to shake off the right hand and get to first. She's now showing retired player and now coach Anna Coleman her hand, showing the battle of scars over there at first. Is this going to bring back up now Hannah Heath? This pitch going to be a little bit outside, but able to reel it in for a strike. So Murphy goes ahead of the count now, 0-1. And something I talked about a little bit earlier, as Murphy has been able to switch across face of the batter here and go back outside. She loves the outer part of the zone, trying to get these batters to chase, and so far it's been working out for her. It's a little stoppage of play. Murphy had to fix the cleat there. We're back in action here. As that's going to be a bunt. Heath gets it down, goes to first, thrown out at first by Day, coming up from third, but not before Luckenbaugh gets over to second. So ideally, you would want this situation with only 1 out, but now the Cougars looking at it with 2 outs, with Rodriguez now back up to hit. But like we mentioned before, Rodriguez, who usually bats in the second hole, now at 9, so definitely not a bad option here if you're the Cougars. You know, you talk about the bottom of the lineup, but you have a hitter who's been batting at the top here most of the year and is batting over 300 with a 453 on base percentage. So if you're the Cougars, you need runners on base with 2 outs here. Got to put it in play, as that's ball looked like it was breaking a little bit inside, awfully close to Rodriguez. She's able to get out the way. Now called ball. Now 2-0 with 2 outs here for Rodriguez with a runner in scoring position here. As that one's going to be similar spot, a little bit higher though. Called now 3-0. So if you're the Cougars here, now 2 outs, you got to think Rodriguez is not going to swing at anything here, as runners are going to be valuable here, as that's going to be another high ball. Call ball. So 4-0 gets Rodriguez over to first, and this brings back up Gates, who struck out in her last appearance at the plate. So now back to lead off here for the Cougars, as that's going to be a pitch right down the middle. So Murphy, in her last battle here with Gates, was able to stick outside and force Gates to have to stretch out a little bit, and it worked in Murphy's favor. So interesting to see how this at-bat goes now with 2 runners on. That's going to be called ball. Now 1-1. The tying run is at first here for the Cougars. As that's going to be a swing and a miss to now go behind the count 1-2. Like Gates going for that slap hit there. Maybe left a little bit early, couldn't get out enough to make contact, but that time protecting the plate, able to get the tip of the bat there and fouled off to keep her at bat alive and the Cougars inning alive here. This pitch going to be inside, poked down the left field line, but falls foul. So everybody has to return back to their position here to continue this at bat. And we're seeing something similar to what Greensboro did in their matchup the other week, as we see the left fielder playing up from her position and the center fielder playing more left. So definitely doing their homework here, knowing that Gates likes to favor that side a little bit. And they're doing exactly what worked for Greensboro in the field. So now a little gap behind second base, wide open, as that's going to be an inside pitch. Wild throw gets through third base, and Luckenbaugh able to reach on third. And originally Rodriguez didn't go, but since the ball poked through, Rodriguez was able to go as well. So now runners at second and third with a double steal here for the Cougars. And now Gates, who's battled all the way back to a full count here, has options here. This is poked out. Throw is going to be in time. Throw from short gets there, and that's going to retire the inning here for the Cougars. Left 2 runners on. And we'll be back here at the top of the 5th with the Pacers back up to bat with Averett Sports Network.
Inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon. With affordable tuition and 24/7 support, it all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
And we are back here. This is going to be number 11 back up to bat, Griffith Teamer, who's batting .304 on the season, was able to get on base with a single in her last at-bat. Came off the glove of Hill, who tried to come over and make the play, but it was just too hot and too far over. So she was able to reach in her last at-bat here, so not a bad option here at leadoff, as that one's going to be hit to third again. This time Hill finds it. She makes the throw over. It is wide, but Luckenbaugh with the heads-up play coming off the bag, making the catch and tagging out the runner. So now the Cougars are able to get the leadoff batter there and get the first out of the inning. So now the Cougars with one out, nobody on. It's going to bring up number 16, Hunt. Trying to get things started here for the Pacers. Nobody on. You got to get on base here. They give the team options. Try to extend this lead out. As that was a nice Nice pitch there to go ahead and get strike for the Cougars. So that had the change of speed there and stayed up just long enough for it to be called strike. This is going to be roped out the left field, but nice play there by Zabik, able to stretch over towards the line and make the play on a line drive. It's going to be number 19 here for the Pacers. Back up to bat. It's going to be Preston Hawkins with nobody on and 2 outs. So ideal situation here for the Cougars. They're trying to go 1-2-3 here and get back up to bat. As first pitch is going to be called ball here, a little bit low. 1-0. As defensively, other than the 2 sac flies that scored a run, defensively hasn't been the problem here for the Cougars, just swinging the bats with runners on, and they get out 1-2-3 from a play from third to first. So the Cougars will be back up to bat, trying to get things going and put some runs on the board. We'll be right back here with Averett Sports Network at the bottom of the 5th. And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. The Cougars able to go out 1-2-3 at the top of the 5th as they're looking to try to get a point on the board. Still scoreless through 5. Or should say 4.5. As now Zabik up to bat here. She makes solid contact to open up, and that drops down. And she might be able to get 2 here. Plays aggressive, and it pays off. She used the legs to get over to second. Great speed by Zabik to go ahead and make a heads-up play to get a runner in scoring position. That was a tough play out there to make out in left field. And Zabik takes advantage. Now Nelson in an ideal situation for her. Runner on second in scoring position. As that's going to be an outside pitch there to go behind the count. Starting off for Murphy, 1-0. And this is something the Cougars haven't seen a lot today, is a runner in scoring position with no outs. As they got to get it going here. As that's popped straight up into the infield. It's going to go to short, and that's going to be an out. So the Cougars continue the pop-up yips here. As the last inning, they had a runner, the leadoff runner on first, but 2 back-to-back pop-ups made it quickly 2 outs with a runner on first instead. So Hill, who's been swinging a hot bat, is an ideal situation here to get things going. That's hit far, but falls just foul. Looked like it might have had the distance there if it fell fair. So no more than a long strike here for Hill. She goes behind the count 0-1. Caught, it looked like every bit of that ball, just pulled it a little bit too far. So that could have been a big momentum shift here for the Cougars. As that is an outside pitch now, trying to get Hill to chase. Hill stays off of it. So now 1-1. So that's another outside pitch now, 2-1, and you see the energy getting a little bit up here in the left dugout for the Cougars. So they know how important a run's here is here, especially with the pace of this game and it being in the 5th already. So that's another high fastball towards the face. And I don't know what it is. It's just something about those high fastballs that it's tempting and it's hard to stay off of no matter how close it is to your body. And Hill swings and misses there. Now 2-2 is the count. Murphy now battling back ahead of the count. As that one's going to be popped up. Gets over third, and that gets down. Zabik rounding third, and she gets around the bases to score the first run here for the Cougars off of a RBI single there for Hill with a little blooper to get over third. So now the Cougars able to correct the mistakes there with runners on and gets the leadoff runner on into the plate there for the first score. And it's going to bring back up Sullivan here for the Cougars with Hill on first. So perfect situation. The Cougars get a base hit, score a run, now a runner on, and only one out. So the Cougars have a little room to play with. This is popped up deep to right field, stumbles a little bit, but stays with it out in right field. As that was a tough play. As it looks like that was number 23, Yancey, making that play out in right field. As it looked like it was going to carry enough, and she's able to stick with it even though she was stumbling out in right field. Makes the play. Now 2 outs. Lee up to bat here. Fouls this one out of the ballpark here to go behind the count 0-1. And that's just so unfortunate there for the Cougars, because if that got by, I'd like to think Hill is going to score with ease, as that's going to be an outside pitch. Called ball. Now 1-1. Kind of the combination that Murphy likes to go for. Go ahead and get the first strike, and then going back outside the zone, trying to get the batter to chase to get ahead 0-2. But Lee stays off. High pitch there. It's going to go 2-1. Lee able to get ahead of the count here. Trying to do whatever she can to get on base here for the Cougars to continue the momentum. Looks like that one's going to be called outside to go 3-1 here for Lee. So that's fouled off, so full count here for Carson Lee. Runner on first, 2-out situation, so if she strikes out here, it will end the inning, and a lot of momentum comes in between innings, so Cougars definitely don't want to come out of this inning quite yet. Still down 1, as that one's going to be popped up. Looks like it's going to go to the catcher, and the play will be made by Griffith Teamer behind the plate to get out of the inning. The Cougars able to collect a run to bring it back to a 1-run game. We'll be back at the top of the 6th with the Pacers up to bat here with Averett Sports Network. And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Yancey back up to bat here for the Pacers to lead things off at the top of the 6th. That looks like it's going to be outside call ball. To get ahead of things here. Sullivan able to settle down and get a strike here to make things 1-1. Cougars have been playing pretty solid defensively here of late. So that one's going to be fouled off down the left field line to now go behind the count 1-2 for Yancey. This could be a big momentum play defensively here for the Cougars so they can go out after getting a run, go ahead and get in the leadoff batter here as that one's going to be hit short to third to first, and that's going to be a punch out here for the Cougars to get the leadoff batter out of the inning. So now one out here for the Cougars, nobody on. This brings back up Day here, who was able to run in on a sac fly in their last score, as that's going to be popped straight out to center field to be 2 quick outs here for the Cougars as they try to build off of that last inning, getting a 1-2-3 and a score, as the Cougars so far have gone 1-2. So 2 outs here, nobody on. It's going to bring up now number 1, McEnany. That's a swing and a miss. High in the zone. Good pitch by Sullivan to go ahead and get ahead of the count 0-1. Second pitch here for Sullivan is going to be inside. Doesn't catch enough of the zone. It's going to be 1-1 here for Sullivan. That's fouled out of play here for the Pacers. So now 1-2 is the count. 2 outs here. Cougars, it would be huge if they can go ahead and get this one here to try to keep that momentum going. Pitch here is going to be popped up, and it's going to get down in between center and right field. And that's going to be a stand-up double here for McEnany to go ahead and get the bat started in this inning.
At bat number 9, Logan Ayers.
And this brings up Ayers. Ayers, who is 2 for 2 already on the day with a triple and a single. Definitely not the situation you want for the Cougars with a runner in scoring position here. That pitch going to be called strike. So Sullivan having a short memory here, forgetting the last at-bat and going ahead and getting ahead of the next at-bat and making the count 0-1. As the inside pitch here is going to be called ball now, 1-1. This would be huge for the Pacers if Ayers can barrel up another one here. So that one's going to be hit in between first and second. Goes to right field, fumbled a little bit, and that's going to score McEnany standing up. So now Ayers keeps it going with the RBI single there to take back a 2-score lead.
Now bat number 3, Angelina Jones.
As there was an error in right field, so I don't believe it's going to be an RBI, just a single there for Ayers. But still, runner scores. As that's going to be a called strike 0-1. Stats is usually an afterthought, something you look at after. They don't really care whether it's RBI or not right now. They just care that a runner got in. As that's going to be inside there. It's going to hit Jones. Jones, who had 2 sac flies in her last 2 at-bats, and then now reaches on a hit by pitch. And we're going to have a little visit here for the Cougars. And we'll be right back with Averett Sports Network after the quick little visit. And we are back after the quick visit. The Cougars were able to get 1 and 2 here for the first 2 outs in this inning, but so far have not been able to get out of this one with 2 outs. So kind of the opposite. The Cougars, who early on haven't been able to hit with no outs with runners on, and now the Pacers able to hit beautifully with nobody on and 2 outs. So far with 2 outs, been able to score a run this inning and now have 2 on. So this pitch is going to be fouled off out of play. So now 1 and 2, Sullivan ahead of the counts, trying to get out the inning with Suggs up the bat here. Pitch by Sullivan. It's going to be swung at, and it's going to get right up the middle, straight to center field to Gates. Throw-in's not going to be in time. 1 run scores, and both runners are safe. So with 2 outs on the scoreboard, the Pacers able to put up 2 runs to take now a 3-run lead, 4-1, and bringing back up number 11 for the Pacers, Griffith Teamer, with a very good situation here with 2 runners in scoring position and all the momentum in the world right now. Inside pitch called ball. So now count 1-0 for Sullivan. As this one's going to be popped straight up. It's going to stay to Sullivan. She calls for it and makes the play to get out of the inning, but not before the Pacers able to tack on 2 more runs to take now a 3-run lead. So we'll see the answer by the Cougars in the bottom of the 6th. After this quick break, we'll be right back with Averett Sports Network with the remainder of the matchup.
University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And we are back here with at the bottom of the 6th. after the Pacers able to put up 2 runs with 2 outs on the board. The Cougars got to answer here. So Murphy's able to go ahead and get the first called strike here for the Pacers. Luckenbaugh trying to get things going for the Cougars, as Luckenbaugh was able to settle down and get on base after getting hit in the hand in her last at-bat. So already has led off an inning already once today and has got on. So not a bad option here for the Cougars. So now 1-1's the count. This one's going to be outside, called strike. Dancing on the outside part of the box, more in the strike zone than out. So that's called strike. 1-2. As that's going to be a similar spot, this time called ball. So now 2-2. As this is a very important inning here for the Cougars. You want to try to make up some ground here after giving up 2 runs before going into the last inning of regulation. So that pitch is going to be called ball, and Luckenbaugh is able to battle all the way back to a full count here. The leadoff batter here for the Cougars. 1 pitch away from either being a walk or a strike, and that's going to be outside the zone, and that's going to be a ball. So the Cougars able to get a leadoff batter on in Luckenbaugh, who reaches off of a walk. It's going to bring up now number 24, Hannah Heath, who has came up clutch before in the past here for the Cougars. We mentioned two matchups ago, Heath was able to hit a 2-run shot to tie things up in a matchup with Greensboro. So definitely has that clutch factor here for the Cougars as she goes behind the count 0-1. As that's going to be a bunt to right field line, and it's going to be the play is going to be made at first. That was first baseman there coming up, making a play and coming around to throw it to the second baseman who was covering. So Heath does a job for the Cougars to get the runner over to second in scoring position. So ideal situation there for the Cougars. So now Rodriguez back up the bat here for the Cougars. As a high pitch, it's going to be called ball. So that pitch is going to be called strike, and that's going to be 1-1 for the count with 1 out, runner on second. It appears for the Cougars we're going to have number 25, Peyton Lowry, in the on-deck part for the Cougars. So we're going to have a pinch hitter for Gates, it looks like. So now 1-2, Rodriguez behind the count. With 1 out, runner in scoring position. This pitch going to be high. Rodriguez nowhere close to thinking about taking that one. That's going to be 2-2. So Rodriguez, someone who's been walked 11 times on the season. That one's going to be hit straight up in the air. It looks like it's going to be out of play, but able to come over and stretch and make the play was the second baseman for the Pacers, but that will allow Luckenbaugh able to run over to third off of a pop out. So that was great range by Suggs, able to come over and make the play on the right field line, but now the Pacers starting to think, would it have been more valuable just to let that one go? As now a runner on third with 2 outs here with Lowry up to hit, pinch hitter here for the Cougars. So now the Pacers going to come together and talk it over a little bit here. as they know how important it could be for the Cougars to go ahead and get back a run at the bottom of the 6th. So this pitch going to be fouled out of play, and it's going to drop down for a strike. 0-1 for the Cougars, and Lowry still at the plate here for the Cougars. This pitch going to be called outside of the zone. 1-1's the count. So Lowry able to get a pitch back there. And that one a little bit outside part of the strike zone, but gets in for the called strike. So now Murphy ahead of the count now 1-2. Or excuse me, 1-2. As she goes back-to-back spots there to paint the outside of the box, and the Cougars leave one on in scoring position. And the Pacers get out of the inning now, still up 4-1. We'll be right back here at the top of the 7th to see how the final inning of this one plays out. So we are back here, top of the 7th with Averett Sports Network. My name's Chris Richmond, bringing you the last inning of regulation. The Pacers up 3. Now in center field, who came in to hit for Kaylee Gates, is going to now be number 25, Peyton Lowry. She's going to come over and take over duties in the center field. This first pitch is going to be called low for a ball to make it 1-0. Now up to bat here is going to be Hunt to lead things off here for the Pacers, trying to extend on to the 3-run lead in the bottom of the 7th. As that one's going to be right back into the zone for Sullivan to go ahead and make it 1-1. The Cougars shot themselves in the foot last inning, leaving a runner on the bases in scoring position here. Couldn't get back a run. As the Cougars did everything they needed in order to get the runner over to third, but couldn't do the final part of it, and that was get her to the plate. So now the Cougars still find themselves with a 3-run deficit and have a lot of work to make up in the bottom of the 7th. As this one's going to be popped out. It looks like it's going to be out of play, but Hill comes over, and that's going to be a pop-out caught by Hill, able to stretch across towards the fence and make the play. So the Cougars go ahead and get the leadoff batter here. That's one step to getting out of the inning. Now bringing up Hawkins back up to the plate here. Nice pitch by Sullivan, breaking back into the middle of the zone to go ahead and get ahead of the count, 0-1. And the Cougars in their last inning that gave up 2 runs, getting the first 2 outs wasn't the problem, as they retired the first and second batter, as that one's going to be hit right back up the middle to center field, and Hawkins able to get on and get a runner on first for the Pacers. This brings up Yancey. Like I was saying, the Cougars were able to get 1 and 2, but all the hitting and all the damage was done after the Cougars got 2 outs. So now they find themselves with 1 out, runner on first after a base hit. And Yancey with the opportunity here. It looks like she went. It looks like it caught bat, and that's going to be called a strike to make it 0-1. This pitch is going to be high towards the face of Yancey, held off. It's going to make it 1-1. Runner still on first. So that one's going to be hit in between third and short, and will advance the runner to second. So now runners on second and first, back-to-back singles for the Pacers after dropping the leadoff batter. As they're continuing to get it going, this brings back up Adanya Day, who leads the team in batting average here, 410 on the season, with 25 hits and 8 home runs. So has that power. And so it looks like they're going to call that one ball to make it 1-0 to start things off here for Day. So a very dangerous hitter on the plate here for the Pacers with 2 runners on and only 1 out. So now it's 2-0 for Day. As Sullivan's being smart here. You don't want to give her anything easy to swing at here. As they're going to call that another ball. Not a bad pitch by Sullivan to make it 3-0. So now Sullivan's got to battle all the way back in this one. As she gets it right down the pipe there to make it 3-1. Trying to get another strike here to make it a full count. So that one's going to be hit right back at Sullivan. Gets over, and that's going to roll towards the fence out in center field. Lowry didn't get a good break on it. Day's going to be on second standing, and that's going to be 2 more runners in for the Pacers as Day is able to show off that hitting capability and get 2 runners in on 2 RBIs. That's going to be a 6-1 lead now here for the Pacers, up 5. And that makes it extremely tough for the Cougars now, as they're going to have to get 5 runs in the bottom of the 7th just to keep it going. With McEnany up to hit and a runner on second. That's poked up and goes straight to right field to Heath, as Heath bobbles it, and that's going to score Day. So Day able to get the double to score 2, and on the very next at-bat by McEnany, able to round the bases to score here for the Pacers. So now 6-run lead here for the Pacers, as they are just putting on a clinic here at the top of the 7th with the bats. So now Ayers, who really has been the go-to with the bat here for the Pacers up to this point, now back up with a runner on second in scoring position. So that pitch going to be called strike here for Sullivan. Inside pitch going to be called ball, it appears. So now 1-1 with only 1 out still on the board. The Cougars were able to get the leadoff batter, but since then it has been a hitting clinic here for the Pacers, as that one's going to be hit deep out to left field, And that's going to be warning track power just short of the fence. But that scores one. And Ayers able to get over to third. And the Pacers keep it going now 8-1 with a 7-run lead. So another triple here for Ayers, as her first hit of the matchup was a triple, and probably her last pitch of the matchup is going to be a triple with a 7-point lead. Now pitching here for the Cougars is going to be Sarah Leischer.
Now the circle for the Cougars, number 5, Sarah Leischer.
12.87 ERA on the season, has a 0-1 record. Coming into this one,
He just puts her in as the DP, right?
Do I put her as the DP or do I take her out?
No, you put her in for Sullivan.
Yeah, so
so as she warms up, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Averett Sports Network with the remainder of the 7th inning. So now Leischer on the mound here for the Cougars. Now Reber up to bat here for the Pacers in a pinch hit situation. So the Pacers up 7 runs, runner on the corner. One and 0 is the count here, as that's going to be a swing and a miss to go back into the count. 1-1 for Leischer. So Rebert taking her time here. Now pitch underway. That's going to be a swing and a miss. 2 good pitches there for Leischer to go ahead and get ahead of the count, 1-2. Looking to try to get the second out of the inning here. That's going to be a swing and a miss. But ball comes out the glove, but throw to first is going to be good. So the out at first plays, but runner at third scores. So that's going to be a 9-1 score off of a drop third strike.
and then we'll score that goal.
Did you think that was a wild pitch, or she just dropped it?
I feel like she just dropped it. No RBI. And then
15 is your pitcher.
she's my pinch hitter for 6.
So now up to bat here for the Pacers. It's going to be number 15, Caitlin Berkner, freshman catcher out of Indian Land, North Carolina. She goes ahead of the count 1-0 here with 2 outs. Now 2-0. So now 2-0. As that one's going to be hit out, and it's going to drop just short of center field, so that's going to be a base hit, and the Pacers able to keep it going here. As that's Berkner's first career hit. Getting it done here with a blooper to center field.
At bat number 11, Kaylee Griffith-Teamer.
So now this brings back up Griffith-Teamer for the Pacers with a runner on first. 2 outs here. It's high pitch going to be called ball, 1-0. This pitch is going to be low, called ball as well. So now 2-0 for the Cougars, who have so far given up 5 runs in this inning. Nightmare inning here defensively for the Cougars, who have been playing solid through the first 5, and 6 and 7 has just been rough defensively here for the Cougars, as the Pacers have just found a way to keep it going. This one popped up the right field. Heath coming over and makes the play, so the Cougars finally get out of the inning here, but not before the Pacers put together 5 runs. The Cougars have a lot of ground to make at the bottom of the 7th. We'll be right back here with Averett Sports Network. And we are back here, bottom of the 7th here for Averett Sports Network. The Cougars down 8 runs with Zabik up to lead off things here at the bottom of the 7th. Every comeback starts with 1. So you got to get 1 before you get 8. So if you think that way, it doesn't seem as bad. And anything can happen here. Cougars could get hot in the 7th inning just as well as the Pacers did in the top of the 7th. So Zabik here to lead things off, bunts, but it's going to fall foul over on the right field line to make it now 1-1. So this pitch is going to be outside, called ball for Murphy. So now 2-1. As Zabik just watched that one go by, wasn't even thinking about swinging in it. So that pitch is going to be fouled out of play here for the Cougars to make it now 2-2. So Murphy able to battle back to make the count 2-2. With 2 strikes here, trying to retire the leadoff batter here. That pitch going to be hit straight at third. Bobbled a little bit, but Day still able to stay under it, and that's going to be a line drive straight to third to be the first out
14, Laura Nelson.
of the bottom of the 7th. So now Zabik retired. 1 out. Nelson now up to hit here. Nobody on. The outside pitch going to be called ball here to make it 1-0. This pitch popped straight up. Looks like it's going to go to short. That's going to be a routine pop out there to shortstop to make it now 2 outs. So now the Cougars, nobody on. First 2 batters retired. With Hill back up to hit. And you got to start thinking of anything about a crazy miracle comeback is starting to dwindle away a little bit here with nobody on and only with already 2 outs on the board. This outside pitch going to be called ball now. 1-0 is the count here. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. So that one's going to be hit. It's hit hard, but out of play on the left-hand side of the field. So long strike here for Hill to make it 1-1. This Murphy goes right back outside here, a little high and outside, trying to get Hill to chase. She lays off of it to make it now 2-1. That one poked out of play behind the press box to make it now 2-2 with 2 outs. So now Murphy and the Pacers 1 strike away of ending things here in the first matchup of the doubleheader today. As that was a good pitch there by Murphy. Called ball, though, so now forces it to a full count. 3-2 here. So now Hill has to swing at anything close here. And that's going to be outside. And Hill reaches off of a walk. So now runner on first. This is going to be a new hitter here for the Cougars. And that's going to be the pitcher that came in, number 5 for the Cougars, Sarah Leishier. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch runner here. It's going to be number 8, Abby Owen.
Pinch running number 8, Abby Owen.
Going to come and run the bases here for the Cougars. Local girl out of Chatham, Virginia, coming to.
Now batting number 5, Sarah Leiser.
So now Owen on the first base, and now number 5, Sarah Leishier, pitcher and outfielder out of Bristow, Virginia. First pitch, swing and a miss to go behind the count 0-1 for Leishier as she's taking her first hacks at it in the game here. Pitch outside is going to be called ball. So now 1-1 here. This pitch outside. Owen takes off. Throw there in time, but the tag cannot get down. So Owen steals a base there to now get a runner in scoring position. And it looks like the pitch was going to be called ball. So perfect situation there for the Cougars. Called ball and a stolen base there. So now Leishier ahead of the count. 2-1. Swing and a miss inside there to make it now 2-2. Pitch now fouled off. Out of play there for Leishier. Battling here with 2 strikes, staying alive here in our first at-bat of the matchup here. So that's going to be a swing and a miss and a strikeout to end things here in game number 1 for the Pacers. They take it 9-1. We'll be right back here. And I would say about 30 minutes for the second matchup here in the doubleheader with Averett Sports Network. See you after the break.
For more than 40 years, Averett University's athletics programs have competed in the USA South. Now we begin a new era as a member of the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. We will continue to build on our traditions. We'll continue to develop our student athletes into tomorrow's leaders as catalysts for positive change. With 24 NCAA and club varsity sports, we'll bring championship aspirations, high academic success, and a focus on community service. We bring first-class facilities, and we will continue to build for the future. We'll renew old rivalries and create new ones in the ODAC. We'll do it as one team, one family, one Averett.
Hello and welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Chris Richmond, and we're bringing you matchup number 2 here in today's doubleheader. The Pacers got the best of the Cougars in matchup number 1, winning 9-1 after putting up 7 total runs in the last 2 innings. This was a close game up to that point. The Cougars were inching close, got within 1 run, and the Pacers just were able to take off, took a 2-run lead in the 6th, and then took eventually a 8-run lead in the 7th. A few changes in the lineup here as Hawkins leading up here for the Pacers. We'll go defensive changes here for the Cougars as the outfield is completely different. Peyton Lowry, who is in center field, saw the last couple innings in matchup number 1, but now we have Hannah Jones out in right field replacing Hannah Heath, and we also have in left field Olivia Jones as she was replacing Zabik, who Zabik was playing left field and now pitching, and Sullivan not in this matchup here in game number 2. So this pitch outside is going to be 2-2 here. Hawkins able to try to battle here. That one's going to be fouled out of play up here by the press box to stay alive with the 2-strike approach. Zabik coming into this one has a 5.07 ERA, 1.3 win-loss record. Has 24 strikeouts and 19 walks. So has been one of the main pitchers in the rotation here for the Cougars as she tries to get Hawkins to chase right there to make it now a full count. Hawkins in the first matchup had 4 at-bats with 1 hit and an RBI, so she puts this one up to left field. Jones coming up and making the play as a pop-up to left field to get out number 1 and get the leadoff batter here for the Cougars. As now it's going to be number 9 here for the Pacers. This is going to be Logan Ayers, who swung a really hot bat, the shortstop for the Pacers in the first matchup. As Ayers had 4 at-bats, 4 hits, bat 1,000 in the first matchup with 3 RBIs, 2 of those hits also being 2 triples. So Ayers got it done in the first matchup here, looking to try to keep things going in the second as the first pitch is going to be called ball. 1-0 is the count here. So that pitch is going to be a little bit low to make it now 2-0. Zabik able to battle right back and get a strike there to make it 2-1 as Ayers held off of that one. This pitch a little bit high towards the face, going to be called ball. Now 3-1 for Ayers as she has a little wiggle room here, has a strike to give. As that one's going to be hit straight back at Lowry. Gets over the head of Lowry in center field as Ayers rounding second. Now getting to third. Looks like she's going to have another triple. 3 triples on the day. 2 in the first matchup, 1 in this one. As Ayers has just found the secret recipe today for the triples.
Now bat number 39, Adania Day.
As this brings back up Adania Day. And she has been the go-to with the bat here for the Pacers in the season with 8 home runs, batting over 400. His first pitch called strike there for Zabik. Day had 4 at-bats, only 2 hits, but also knocked in had 1 RBI and 2 runs. So now 2 strikes here for Zabic as she's able to settle down after giving up the triple and go out and get 2 strikes to make it 0-2 for Day. That one a little bit outside. Nice spot there for Sullivan, who had no balls up to that point, trying to get Day to chase outside the zone. And with a dangerous hitter like Day, you don't want to give her any cheap pitches as she can make you pay, as that one's going to be low. Kept in front, though, is Nelson. She holds the runner there on third. So now 2-2 here for Day. As the pitch here for Zabic is going to be barreled up, hit out to center field. It's going to fall short to Lowry, as that's going to score the run from third. So Ayers yet again leading off with the triple, pays off for the Pacers as she's able to come in and score the first run of the second matchup from an RBI single from Day. So the Pacers are able to continue this clinic that they started putting on in the last 2 innings of the first matchup. This is going to bring up number 1 here. It's going to be the left fielder, Megan McEnany. She had 3 at-bats in the first matchup, had 2 hits, and knocked in an RBI. She hits this one straight to third. Cougars try to roll 2, get the first one. And good thing we have helmets there, as Lee was trying to go over the first and caught straight forehead of Day. But I can see past that face mask, Day is all smiles there, as they're going to call runners interference. And that's going to be a 2 out there for the Cougars to get out of it, but not before the Pacers score their first run of the matchup here. So we'll be right back at the bottom of the first with the Cougars trying to answer after the break.
Inclusive, encompassing, inspiring. Averett University provides all you need for a future you deserve through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, like our newest programs in entrepreneurship and psychology, with more coming soon. With affordable tuition and 24/7 support, it all leads to you becoming a catalyst for positive change. Visit allaverett.com. Averett University. Are you all in?
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. The bottom of the first, the Pacers put up a run here in their first set of at-bats here after a triple by Ayers. So we're back here leading off the way. It's going to be Zabic in the 1 spot here for the Cougars. So that pitch is going to be high, called ball, 1-0 here to start things off. On the mound now here for the Pacers, it's going to be number 20, Haley Joyce. Joyce with an 8.4 ERA. She goes and gets a strike there to make it 1-1. Has an 8.4 ERA, 3 total innings pitched. So haven't seen a lot of innings, but it's going to start things off here today as she goes inside to make it another ball call to make it 2-1. She's a new face here for the Pacers. And also behind the plate now, it's going to be number 22, Rihanna Braswell. So now 3-1 is the count here for Zabic to start things off. That's going to be another inside pitch, and Zabic watches that one to get on base
reaching by the walk to get things started here for the Cougars. Great way for the Cougars to answer after giving up a run at the top of the first is to go ahead and get your leadoff batter on base. So Zabik does the job, get to first base, and this brings up Rodriguez now from batting at ninth back up to the 2 spot where she's seen most of her at-bats here this year. So it looked like the Cougars were just trying to switch things up and run a different rotation there, but going back to what they're used to with Rodriguez here at the 2-hole. As that's going to be a called strike to make it 1-1, and also another new face here for the Pacers out in right field is going to be number 10, Aaron Miles. So that one's going to be a little chopper.
So it's a 2U on the batter.
So they're going to call that a fair, but call the batter out. But that will advance Zabik over to second. So now Nelson up to hit here. For the Cougars. Nelson doing a nice job of holding off of that one to make it 1-0, getting ahead of the count here. Nelson had 3 at-bats, no hits in the first one, which is unlike Nelson. She's trying to get it back going here as first 2 pitches. Call ball to make it 2-1 here, or 2-0, excuse me, with 1 out for Nelson. With a runner in scoring position in Zabik. As another inside pitch here to make it 3-0. As now 3-0 here. And that's going to be outside the zone. Call ball. So now first batter walked, third batter walked to make 2 runners on with 1 out. We're going to see a mound visit here early. So we'll be right back with Averett Sports Network after the short mound visit. All right, short mound visit here after 2 opening walks here for Joyce. She goes back after the mound visit and goes ahead and gets ahead of the count here with a strike to make it 0-1. So she's able to settle down and go ahead and get a strike as that one looks like it's going to fall foul there for Hill to make it 0-2. So Joyce able to calm down a little bit and go ahead and get ahead of the count now. 0-2 here with the whole playbook pretty much open here for Joyce. As Salem Hill with 3 at-bats, 2 hits. As now Zabik caught in a pickle here.
4, 5.
And nobody to cover second. So Zabik gets out of it here.
Good.
As she almost got caught in the middle of a pickle there, but able to get back after a miscommunication by the Pacers defense there in the infield. But yeah, Hill went 2 for 3 in the first matchup. That's going to be hit short to shortstop. 1 out at second, but Hill's able to reach off the fielder's choice. So now runners on the corners here. Hill able to advance at least 1 runner.
Now bat number 7, Taylor Sullivan.
That's going to bring Sullivan up to bat here. She went 0 for 3 in the first matchup. So she's trying to get things going as well here in the second. This first pitch called strike, as Sullivan, I believe, is going to be DHing today here for Jones. out in left field. Yeah, Sullivan DHing for Jones. So that's going to be called ball, I believe. Awfully close to the zone. Joyce favoring the inside part of the zone there so far in her first appearance here. And one and one with 2 outs. She goes back and gets a strike. It's interesting there as Hill's running at 2. A little trickery here for the Pacers as Joyce popped down looking like she's going to let the throw go over, but reaches up her glove to try to catch third, but it won't matter as a swing and a miss there. Drop third strike and tag out for Sullivan. It's going to get the Pacers out of the inning unscathed with 2 runners in scoring position. And the score will still be 1-0. We'll be right back at the top of the inning with the Pacers up to bat after the break. And the lead things off here for the Pacers is going to be number 6. It's going to be Anna Suggs, the second baseman. Went 1 for 3 in the first matchup here. Batting just over 300. His first pitch is going to be called low and inside to make it a 1-0 count here to start things off. This pitch here is going to be hit out to shortstop, thrown across the diamond, and made the play at first. That was Rodriguez able to zip it across and make a routine ground out there. So the Cougars go ahead and retire the first batter, the leadoff batter here, to now bring up. This is going to bring up Erin Miles, seeing her first action of the day here at the plate. Miles batting .250 on the year with 8 at-bats and 2 hits. So hasn't seen too many pitches here for the Pacers, but we'll be in the starting lineup here for game number 2 as that one's going to be hit out of play straight at the left field dugout. To make things 1-1 here. Pitch here is going to be fouled out of play, but coming across is going to be Luckenbaugh. She couldn't hold it in as she reached out with one hand to keep for the fence to keep herself up, and then jumped with the other to make the play. Looked like it hit her glove, but just bounced out. So that's going to lead to a long strike here for Miles to make the count 1-2 here for Zabik. As that one's going to be another hit out to shortstop. Rodriguez goes across, routine play to make it now 2 outs. Back-to-back ground outs here for the first 2 batters for the Pacers as they're keeping Rodriguez busy over there at short. So now 2 outs. This is bringing up now to bat Taryn Shelton, the DH here in the 8 slot. She's DHing for the pitcher, Haley Joyce. Also seeing her first bit of action here today. So that's going to be called 2-0 here for Zabic. Taryn Shelton batting .300 on the year with 29 at-bats and 9 hits. So seeing quite a few pitches here this year. As that one's going to catch the outer part of the zone to bring it back in for a strike. 2-1 here for Zabic with 2 outs, nobody on. So that one's going to be popped up. Looks like it's going to go to second. Carson Lee calls it, and she makes the play there at second to get out. 1-2-3 for the Cougars after giving up a run in the first inning. We'll be right back here with the bottom of the second with the Cougars back up the bat after break.
Favorite because it was a small school and I was able to continue my academic and collegiate career here. Averett's special to me because it's a home away from home. I'm surrounded by people that I knew from high school, but still a bunch of new people that I've met from all other parts of the world and different parts of the U.S. too. What makes Averett feel like home would definitely be the girls on the soccer team and my coaches. They're my second family. They always have my back. We hang out all the time, whether it's on the field or doing team bonding or trying to find stuff down here to do in Danville. My major is sports medicine, and I've been lucky enough to do an internship with Maria and Cody in the AT department, and that involves going to football games and working a bunch of other sporting events as well. My favorite part about Averett is definitely being able to play my sport here and then going and supporting all the other teams as well. We're all one team, one family, and honestly, it makes missing home a little bit easier.
Now batting 15, Carson Lee.
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Carson Lee up to lead things off here for the Cougars. So that's going to be an outside pitch called ball to make it 1-0. Lee coming into this one had 2 at-bats in the first matchup to make it 0-2, or go 0 for 2, trying to get things going in this one. So I believe that one was called strike there for Lee to make it 1-1. As that one's going to go right back outside, held off by Lee to make it 2-1. That one's going to be hit straight at third base, stays fair, and gets out to left field. So Carson Lee ends the drought after going 0 for 2 in the first matchup. Leads off with a single here in the second as that one hit the third base bag. As that's going to be number 1 here for the Cougars. That's going to be Mackenzie Luckenbaugh playing first base for the Cougars. Played first base in the first matchup, played the whole game. And starting this one, Luckenbaugh went 2 for 2, batting 1,000 in the first matchup, so had a solid first game at the plate. Didn't really have too many situations where she had runners on the bags in front of her, so now having Lee at first here for Luckenbaugh is a good situation here for the Cougars, as that one's going to be called strike to make it now 2-2 for Luckenbaugh. Excuse me, it's 3-1. So now 2 strikes, making a full count, 3-2. No outs, leadoff batter on first. So a big at-bat here for the Cougars. So that one's going to be high, and Luckenbaugh reaches on a walk. So now the Cougars' first 2 batters on the bases, second and first, with now Lowry up to hit here for the Cougars.
Now bat number 25, Peyton Lowry.
Peyton Lowry came in late into the first matchup, only seen one at bat. She came in and played center field, went 0 for 1. As first pitch going to be called strike on the outside part of the zone to get ahead for Joyce, 0 and 1. Second pitch, this time is going to be too far outside the zone, trying to go for a similar spot. Left it out a little bit to make it 1 and 1. As that one's going to be hit down third to third base. And that's going to be a base hit. A little hot shot there to third base. And Day just couldn't rally it in there as it hit her glove, but that's just a lot of heat coming so quickly. So now Lowry reaches off a single, and now we have bases loaded here for the Cougars. This first pitch going to be called ball here to make it 1-0. This is going to be number 20 for the Cougars. It's going to be Hannah Jones, seeing her first bit of action here today. As that one's going to be another inside pitch called ball to make it 2-0. This Hannah Jones coming in this one, 24 at-bats with 5 hits, batting .208. Now she's seen a little bit of time here during the year. Often rotates in the outfield, but played a lot of time at shortstop early on in the year. Now 2-1 is the count. So it looks like that's going to be another inside pitch called ball. Now 3-1. Usually in these doubleheader action games, Jones does see at least one of the games. So today's going to be the second. So that one's going to be hit to short. Throw to home is made. And that's going to be an out. So now first out on the board here for the Pacers. Bases still loaded with Jones reaching on a fielder's choice. So the Pacers do a good job of just going ahead and getting the scoring run out with the force out at home. So now this brings back up Zabik at the top of the lineup here for the Cougars. As a wild pitch goes outside, all the Cougars ran up. As I see a little talk between Luckenbaugh and third base coach over there. A little laughter. I don't think she was supposed to go, but she went anyway. This one popped up. Looks like it's going to drop, and it will, in between right field and center. And Zabik stays at first, but 2 runs will score and a runner on third with Zabik with a 2 RBI single with 1 out on the board. As this brings up Rodriguez with runner on the corner. First pitch called strike. But Zabik will reach off of runners in on first and third situation as they hold the runner at third. So now 2 runners in scoring position here. 0-1 here for Rodriguez. As pitch is going to be outside. You see Zabik taking quite a bit of a lead over there at second base. She has a lot of speed. Now 8 for 8 on steals on the season. As she's tempting the infield a little bit. Already got caught in a pickle, but got out of it early on in this matchup. Now 1-2 is the count for Rodriguez at the plate here. Hits it, gets over first base head, and falls fair. So now 1 run scores. Rodriguez going 2. Looks like she's going to reach, and Zabik rounds to score at home. So 2-run score for the Cougars now to take a 4-1 lead. Two RBI double there for Rodriguez as she reaches and clears the bags here for the Cougars to get things started early here. In this one, we have a mound visit. We'll be right back with Averett Sports Network after the quick mound visit. And quick mound visit here, trying to settle things down after the Cougars put up 4 runs in this inning. Joyce still on the mat or in the circle here for the Pacers. That's first pitch called strike, so Joyce able to settle down here after a circle visit here to go ahead and get 2 strikes. So she gets ahead of the count now, 0-2. Nelson back up to hit here for the Cougars. This one's going to be popped up down the left field line, and that will advance Rodriguez, and Nelson gets on with a single here. So after reaching off a walk here in her first at-bat, pokes one out to left field and gets on with a single. So it looks like that's going to be Abby Owens coming in to run for Nelson.
Pinch running for Averett, number 8, Abby Owen.
So now we got a pinch runner coming in for the Cougars. It's going to be Abby Owens, and also a new pitcher here for the Pacers. It's going to be Rachel Morey coming in. Only seen 1 inning pitch so far this season.
Down the circle for piece number 5, Rachel Morey.
Just got 0 strikeouts, 0 walks, 3 earned runs off of 4 hits. So as she's warming up, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back here with Averett Sports Network after the break. As now back up to hit, it's going to be Hill for the Cougars. Pitch high. And throw is going to be in time, so they go ahead and get the runner.
2-6, SC.
They go ahead and get the runner at second, but the Cougars lose an opportunity there as it was runners on the corners, and Rodriguez didn't go. as that leads to a pop out here to second base. So the Cougars, who were red hot at the beginning of the inning, puts up 4 runs, but two quick pitches there for 2 outs. As we go into the top of the third, Pacers back up to hit after the break. Or we got a replay here, as this is going to be the first hit that's going to score the first 2 runs. Going to be that RBI single by Zabik. Score 2 runs and advance the runner to third to get things going for the Cougars. So we'll be right back here with Averett Sports Network after the quick break. And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Now up to bat. It's going to be number 22 for the Pacers. It's going to be Rihanna Braswell, as that one's going to be hit out of play. It's going to fall foul to make it 0-1 for Zabik. Rihanna Braswell, the junior out of Princeton, North Carolina. Batting 133 on the year with 15 at-bats and only 2 hits. As now the count's going to be 1-1 here. The Cougars going to try to keep momentum here as Zabik goes ahead and gets the second strike of the at-bat to make it 1-2. 1 strike away from going ahead and retiring the leadoff batter. That one's going to be poked up, and it's going to be the second base caught by Carson Lee to go ahead and get the first out of the inning and retires the leadoff batter. So good start here defensively for the Cougars. But if it's something that we've seen so far from this Pacers team is how well they've hit with 1 and 2 outs on the board. So now at bat here for the Pacers, it's going to be Lydia Hunt, center fielder, taking some hacks at it in this one. The first pitch going to be called strike to make it 0-1 to start things off. Hunt went 0 for 3 in the first matchup here, looking for her first hit of the matchup. That is going to go straight to short and runs it out. So she finds her first hit there. As that time, the throw wasn't in time for Rodriguez. Fields it clean, throw is clean, just not in time. So now Hunt reaches with 1 out here, bringing up Hawkins now leadoff in the leadoff spot here for the Pacers. So back at the top of the lineup here with only 1 out. So a good spot here for the Pacers. As the inside pitch going to be called ball here to take the count to 1-0. So the top of the lineup swung the bats good in the top of the first, putting up a run. As that's going to be roped out the left field. Fielded by Olivia Jones and brought in quickly to minimize the damage. So that will advance. Runner on first to second. So now runners on first and second here with now Ayers up to bat, who is now 5 for 5 if you combine the two matchups today. 3 for 3 in the first, or excuse me, 4. Yeah, 5 for 5 on the day. This matchup here. So 1-0 is the count here for Ayers to start things off with 2 runners on. Good pitch by Zabit to battle back and get on the strike there. 1-1. Get the first strike of the at-bat. And if you're the Cougars and Zabik, you want to go ahead and try to get an out here. If it's now 2-1, you want to go ahead and get the out here because the Pacers have Day coming up the bat. And Adanya Day is batting 410 on the season. So that's going to be a ball 3-1. 410 on the season with 25 hits, 8 home runs, and 22 RBIs. Leads the teams in RBIs. And if it's one hitter you don't want to leave with bases loaded, it's definitely not Day. So you want to try to get at least one out here, as that's going to be a nice pitch by Zabik to force everything to a full count. 3-2 here with 1 out. This pitch is going to be hit out to left field. Ball is dropped. Throw to third is not in time. And that will make bases loaded as it held up the runners as they thought the catch was going to be made in left field. And Jones just couldn't get back into the ball in time, as she still had the opportunity to try to get the throw out at third, just not in time. Close play. And this will lead to 1 out on the board. Bases loaded for Adanya Day. Has a .852 slugging percentage and a .471 on base percentage. The lefty here, out of 61 at-bats, only struck out 6 times. So that is extremely good for the amount of at-bats that she's had. As that pitch is going to fall in for a strike, for the first strike of the at-bat to make it 0-1 here for Zabik. Similar pitch, this time catching the outside part of the zone to make it 1-1. Zabik being smart here, staying to the outside part of the plate. Day's a lefty, so she's staying across the plate here from Day. Not giving her anything easy, as that one's going to be a chopper to second. Carson Lee goes home. Throw was in time. Umpire called it out, but didn't see the ball fly out the glove of Nelson. So Lee, who made the right decision to go ahead and get the scoring run out, as Nelson couldn't hold it in. Looked like she got hit when she's trying to stay on the plate. Leg got caught up, and it was just a tough play to make. Couldn't hold it in, so now the Pacers find themselves with a run there off of a fielder's choice error. It wasn't a fielder's choice. It was an error there trying to go home. And now base is still loaded with 1 out. That's going to be number 1, McEnany up. The hit here has 16 RBIs on the 7 RBIs on the season. So She does pretty well as well, hitting in runners when need to be, as that's going to be a hit out the third, and heads up play by Hill. Makes the play in the air at third, gets out number 2, and then goes ahead and tags out number 3 at third. So the Cougars get out of a terrible situation, having bases loaded with only giving up 1 out, and they hold on to a 2-score lead with a chance to add on at the bottom of the third. We'll be right back here with Averett Sports Network at the bottom of the third.
For more than 40 years, Averett University's athletics programs have competed in the USA South. Now we begin a new era as a member of the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. We will continue to build on our traditions. We'll continue to develop our student athletes into tomorrow's leaders as catalysts for positive change. With 24 NCAA and club varsity sports, we'll bring championship aspirations, high academic success, and a focus on community service. We bring first-class facilities, and we will continue to build for the future. We'll renew old rivalries and create new ones in the ODAC. We'll do it as one team, one family, one Averett.
So now the Cougars back up the bat here, dodging a bullet there at the bottom of the second with bases loaded. Or, excuse me, top of the third. With bases loaded, only giving up 1 run. Now we're in the bottom of the third. So the Cougars still holding on to a 2-run lead. This first 2 pitches is going to be 2 balls here to make it 2-0. Maury, who came in, only threw 2 pitches, I believe, when she came in. And both pitches led to out. As that's going to be inside towards the leg. Sullivan gets out the way, and now 3-0 is the count. So we haven't seen too much of Maury so far in this one, as she only threw a couple in the first. As she battles back and gets the first strike there after going down 3-0. So now 3-1. Leadoff batter here for the Cougars. As Sullivan hits this out the shortstop, takes a high hop, keeps it in play. And it looks like the throw is going to be there in time. So that's going to be number 9, Logan Ayers, making the play over at first to retire Sullivan to get the leadoff batter. So this brings up now Carson Lee to try to get things going here for the Cougars in the bottom of the third. So that pitch is going to be high and outside. Called ball, make it 1-0. Not a bad pitch there by Maury, but Lee's going to leave it alone. It's going to be called ball to make it 2-0. So 2-pitch lead here for Lee. As she hits this one out to Ayers at short again. Ayers making another play from short to first to go ahead and get the second batter. So 1-2 here so far for the Pacers defensively. Nobody on, 2 outs. This brings up Luckenbaugh for the Cougars, who's been playing a pretty solid pair of matchups here but at the plate. Pitch here a little high. It's going to be called ball, 1-0 for Luckenbaugh, who did a nice job of holding off that one, using the eyes there. Second pitch called ball here, 2-0. As I see for the Cougars over in the bullpen, number 5, Sarah Leischer staying loose. keep an eye on that. She's seen a couple innings in the first matchup. She's over there staying loose, so might see her later on. So 3-0, 2 outs here for Luckenbaugh. That pitch is going to be hauled back in for a strike to make it 3-1. First 2 hits went out the shortstop, and the plays were made at first. So that one's going to be left high. Luckenbaugh was able to reach off a walk. So now runner on first. 2 outs here. And Lowry up to bat here for the Cougars. First pitch here is going to be left outside to make it 1-0. Second pitch here. It's going to find the zone and going to be called strike, so it makes it 1-1 with 2 outs here. Runner on first. Cougars trying to keep this bottom third alive, as that was a big swing and a miss there by Lowry. She didn't like that one. As soon as she swung at it, she knew she shouldn't have, as it was too high. It's now 1-2, 2 strikes, as that one's going to catch the outside part of the zone for a backwards K, and the Pacers get out, getting 1-2 and getting the 4th batter. So we'll be right back here with the top of the 4th with the Pacers back up to hit after the break.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Top of the 4th here. The Pacers back up to hit, as they were able to get out of an inning unscathed defensively. At the bottom of the 3rd, the Cougars still holding on to a 2-point lead. It's going to be Suggs back up to bat here for the Pacers to lead things off. First pitch for Zabik here is going to be in the dirt. Called ball, 1-0. To start things off here at the top of the 4th, Suggs. He's been a really solid player here for the Pacers. Went 1 for 3 in the first matchup, and on the season has been doing well as well. But that was going to be a play at short over the first, and that's going to be a punch out there for 1 out. And shortstop has been hot here in the second matchup. Cougars went there twice last inning, and that's the third play that Rodriguez has had to make in this game so far. So shortstop has been the new hot corner here. That's another chopper out to short over the first, and that's 2 outs here. And if you're playing short today, you just got to keep your head on a swivel, because ball's coming straight at you. As it's going to be number 8 now up to bat for the Pacers. It's going to be Taryn Shelton coming in with 2 outs on the board, nobody on, trying to get things going in this inning. Shelton with a .355 on-base percentage, so pretty good on-base percentage to try to get things going here for the Pacers. As inside pitch is going to be left alone and called ball. Now 2-0 with 2 outs. The Cougars looking to try to go 1-2-3. That pitch is going to be hit out of play, called foul to get the first strike of the at-bat here for Zabick to make it 2-1. That one's going to hit over the head of Rodriguez and gets out to left field. Olivia Jones able to come over and minimize the damage there, as it's just going to be a single. Cougars able to get it into the infield. So single there for Shelton to get a runner on the base path here for the Pacers. To bring up now for the Pacers, going to be number 22, Rihanna Braswell. So that's hit out of play for a foul to make it 0-1 here, 2 outs. Cougars unable to go 1-2-3, but do have 2 outs already. Second pitch, called ball to make it 1-1 with a runner on first still. And we've seen the Pacers hit very well so far in this one with 2 outs on the board. So wouldn't be surprised if they try to get the bats going here late in this inning. As a hit out to left field, looks like it's going to fall short. Jones can't get there in time, and that's going to be a single here. Back-to-back singles for the Pacers. Get 2 on the base path here with 2 outs. This brings up number 16. Number 16, Lydia Hunt, back up to hit here for the Pacers with 2 on and 2 out. Pitch on the outside part of the zone, called strike. So Zabick's able to go ahead and get the first called strike here to make it 0-1. Second pitch here. It's going to be hit out to short. Rodriguez comes across, keeps it in front of her, but can't make any play with it. So that's going to be 3 straight singles here for the Pacers with hitting with 2 outs. So now play can be made at any base here for the Cougars. If it's hit at you and you're close to a bag, you got to tap the bag here to get out the inning. Pitch here for Zabick, catches inside the zone for a called strike to open up this at bat. 0-1. It's going to be Hawkins back up the bat here at the top of the lineup for the Pacers. Good pitch by Zabick to go ahead and get strike number 2. So now 0-2 here for Zabick with 2 outs, bases loaded. The Cougars were in a similar situation here at the top of the third. As bases were loaded, the Cougars only allowed 1 run in that situation. As Zabick tried to get her to chase there, but Hawkins stays off of it here. And you got to be smart here. If you think it's going to be a ball, you got to take it, because a walk here scores 1. A walk is just as good as a base hit in this situation. And they're going to say she did. So Zabick gets out the jam there. 3 runners left on for the Pacers. No runs to show for it. We'll be right back here at the bottom of the 4th with the Cougars up to hit after the break.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Cougars found themselves again in a bases-loaded situation. The first time gave up a run, this time giving up none after 3 straight singles. So now they're back up to hit the bottom of the 4th with a 2-run lead. This is going to be Hannah Jones to open things up here for the Cougars. First pitch going to be called too far inside, call ball 1-0 to get things started here for Maury. And her first pitch at the bottom of the 4th. That pitch is going to be high, swung at, and missed by Jones. It's going to make it 1-1. So Maury able to go back and get a strike after first pitch called ball. As this pitch has been outside. Has been called outside the zone to make it 2-1. And the Cougars have been doing way better this matchup than the first at getting the leadoff runner on. And it's kind of been the tale of 2 games as the Cougars now been able to put up 3 more runs than they did in the whole first matchup here. Putting up only 1 run in the first, and they put up 4 in 1 inning in this one. So now 3-1's the count here for Jones, as that one's going to be swung at a tough hop to short, but the play is going to be made at first. And again, that's Logan Ayers making the play there for the Pacers. And like I said, shortstop is the hot spot here in this matchup.
Now that number 17, Hannah Zabik.
For both sides. It's now Zabik going to be here to keep things going here for the Cougars, trying to get on base with 1 out, nobody on. First pitch is going to be a bunt and falls foul for Zabik. To go behind the count 0-1. She wasted no time, not even looking back to see if it was fair. She's running straight at first. So 0-1 here for Zabik. This pitch is going to be low, called ball 1-1. And no surprises, the Cougars are going to try to use Zabik like that. She has a lot of speed. She has leadoff speed, obviously, as she's batting leadoff here for the Cougars in this matchup. As that one's hit straight back at Maury. She can't make the play on it. It goes out to center field, and that's going to be a single for Zabik as she reaches to put a runner on the base path here for the Cougars. So now runner on first, 1 out. And this brings up Rodriguez here, batting in the second spot here. Pitch going to be high, untouched. Going to be called ball, 1-0. And 2 straight balls here for Maury. Go behind the count 2-0. So Rodriguez does a nice job just watching the 2. So that pitch is going to be called strike to take it now 2-1. And that's going to be a swing and a miss. Runner goes. That's going to be safe. So a little hit and run action to advance the runner. So now Rodriguez finds herself 2-2 here, 2 strikes here. Got to choke up on the bat and stay alive here, protect the plate. And that's going to be a big swing, but that's going to be a swing and a miss. And that's going to be second out here for the Pacers. Morey goes ahead and gets a strikeout.
Now bat number 14, Lauren Nelson.
So now 2 outs here, runner in scoring position on second. This brings back up Nelson, who singled her last at bat. That pitch is going to be outside the zone and called strike. So you got to think if Nelson singles again with Zabik's speed, she's got a real chance at tacking on another run here for the Cougars. As that one's going to be chopped down towards third. Touch foul. So it's going to be called foul here. So now 0-2 here for Nelson. She's got to protect the plate here. Got to imagine that this pitch is going to be somewhere outside the zone trying to get Nelson to chase. And it is. Nelson keeps it in play. Hit to Morey. Morey makes the routine play out to first. And the Pacers get out of the inning there with 1 on, left on by the Cougars. Score still 4-2 as we're going to be back at the top of the 5th with the Pacers back up the bat after the break.
Averett because it was a small school and I was able to continue my academic and collegiate career here. Averett's special to me because it's a home away from home. I'm surrounded by people that I knew from high school, but still a bunch of new people that I've met from all other parts of the world and different parts of the U.S. too. What makes Averett feel like home would definitely be the girls on the soccer team and my coaches. They're my second family. They always have my back. We hang out all the time, whether it's on the field or doing team bonding or trying to find stuff down here to do in Danville. My major is sports medicine, and I've been lucky enough to do an internship with Maria and Cody in the AT department, and that involves going to football games and working a bunch of other sporting events as well. My favorite part about Averett is definitely being able to play my sport here and then going and supporting all the other teams as well. We're all one team, one family, and honestly, it makes missing home a little bit easier.
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network to lead things off here for the Pacers. It's going to be number 9, Logan Ayers. Try to get things going here. The Cougars still in control of this one, 4-2. Haven't seen a run since the second inning, but when you put up 4 runs in 1 inning, you ain't got to put up too many runs after that. So they're still in the driver's seat here, playing well defensively. As this pitch is going to be called strike to make it 1-1. The Cougars only given up 2 total runs so far in this one. 1 in the first, 1 in the third. Little bit of pattern going. So if you're the Pacers, you got to be looking at the board thinking you're going to get it going here in the 5th. So this one's going to be popped up to right, but covering is going to be Jones coming up making the play for out number 1. So the Cougars go ahead and get the leadoff batter out the way. But if you're the Pacers, you got to think we hit better with 1 out or 2 outs on the board. If you look at today, how today's been going, the Pacers have been hitting outstanding with 2 outs on the board. So now Day, nobody on, hits this one straight out to Lee, bobbled a little bit, and Day is going to dig it out and make it to first to now put a runner on. So that's going to be called error there for Carson Lee, as she was unable to haul it in.
Number 1, Megan McEnany.
Because that was a tough break right there for Lee. That one is going to be popped out of play here and called foul to make it 0-1. It's going to be number 1, McEnany, back up to hit. So that one's going to be hit the second. Lee goes second. Throw the first. They're going to say she was safe. Off a fielder's choice there. Try to get 2. As that was kind of identical to a similar situation earlier in this matchup, as they got Day at second and they tried to go first, and they got Day got caught with runner's interference that time, getting out the way, and that was awfully close. Luckenbaugh makes the stretch there, doing the splits, but wasn't enough to get the called out. So now the Cougars with 2 outs, runner on first. First pitch by Zabik going ahead and going to be called strike. So 0-1 here for Zabik. As that pitch is going to be outside, called 1-1. Trying to get Suggs to chase a little bit, as Suggs is also a dangerous hitter here for the Pacers. She has 16 RBIs on the year. So that one's going to be popped up out of play, and it looks like it's going to be over the net to be called strike number 2. As that's going to be hit straight back at Zabik, and they go to first. So the Cougars get a quick one out of there to get out of the top of the 5th. They'll be back up to hit at the bottom of the 5th after this quick break.
Averett University provides all you need for your future through learning that embraces all of your infinite potential. With flexible online and on-campus programs, affordable tuition, and over 50 majors and programs. Visit allaverett.com. Are you all in?
And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Salem Hill up to bat here for the Cougars to lead things off at the bottom of the 5th. The Cougars still with a defensive showing here so far in this one, up by 2 runs, 4-2 is first one. First pitch is swung at and hit out of play. Called foul to take it 0-1 here for Maury. She's ahead of the count here. This pitch swung at and out of play again, called foul. So quickly, 2 pitches, 2 strikes here for Maury as Hill falls behind the count, fouling off 2. So again, I would like to think this one's going to be outside the zone, making Hill chase a little bit, as that one's going to be in the strike zone, hit the third, but the play is going to be made over at first by Day. So good opening at bat defensively here for the Pacers as they go ahead and make the routine ground out to go ahead and retire the leadoff batter for the Cougars. So this is going to be Sullivan up to bat here, the DH for the Cougars. As she pops this one out straight to second. And that's going to be a pop out to second. So 2 up, 2 down so far in this one. As this brings up Carson Lee with nobody on and not a lot to look at here. As she's got to get things going here for the Cougars on the bats. As this pitch is going to be called ball to make it 1-0. We'll start things off here. Lee ahead of the count. This pitch comes out the hand of Maury sideways, it looked like, and hits Lee in the leg. So Lee will reach off a hit by pitch and brings up Luckenbaugh up to hit with a runner on.
Now to bat number 1, Mackenzie Luckenbaugh.
So now Luckenbaugh up to hit, runner on first, and Lee. Cougars going to try to get something going here with 2 outs. This pitch going to be called outside, way outside. Called ball 1 to make it 1-0 with two outs here. Second pitch for Maury is going to be, looks like called ball as well. So 2-0 is the count here for Luckenbaugh. She watches 2 pitch go by. As she's 2 pitches ahead of the count here with a runner on first. That pitch is going to be low as well. So good plate discipline so far for Luckenbaugh. She's sitting here taking these pitches to make it 3-0. And can't imagine that she's going to swing at this one either. And that one's going to fall in for a strike. So Maury settles down, goes back, and gets a strike there to make it 3-1. And she has a chance to battle back here. As now Luckenbaugh is going to be wide open to swinging here. So that's going to be a swing and a miss. So Maury, good pitch. Back-to-back pitches. First to get the strike 1, and now one to get a swing and a miss for strike 2. So now instantly, after being down 3-0, is now back right into it. One pitch away, or 1 strike away from retiring Luckenbaugh. And that's going to be a chopper to third. Play over at first is made. And that's going to be all she wrote there for the bottom of the 5th in this at-bat here for the Cougars. As no runs scored by either squad in the 5th, we go into the 6th. We'll be right back with the Pacers back up to hit with Averett Sports Network. So now we got a pinch hitter here for the Pacers trying to get it going here. At the top of the 6th is going to be Angelina Jones, who had 2 sack flies for runs and for RBIs here in the first matchup. So was able to do a job when needed in the first game. So no surprise that they're going to go to her here in the second. Zabik able to battle right back and get a strike there to make it 1-1. So the Cougars have been doing a nice job of going ahead and getting the leadoff batter so far in this one. This pitch is going to be outside for Zabik to make it a called 2-1. This pitch, big swing and a miss there for Jones to make it 2-2, as Zabik is one strike away from retiring the leadoff batter here for the Pacers. That one's going to get hit to short to Rodriguez. She goes across the diamond, throws in time, and that's going to be an out for the Cougars as they go ahead and get the leadoff batter out of the equation. So no runners on, one out here. As this brings up number 8 for the Pacers, it's going to be Taryn Shelton. Shelton had a single, and her last at-bat was part of the trio that had 3 straight singles to load the bases. As that one just went foul right over third base. As that could have been really dangerous there for the Cougars. As they catch a lucky break. So now 0-1, one strike here. Zabik ahead of the count here. That one's going to be hit to shortstop yet again. Rodriguez going across the diamond and has had plenty of reps so far in this one with that same exact play. So no shocker that she makes it again to go ahead and get out number 2 in the top of the 6th. 2 up, 2 down for the Pacers. 1 out away from the Cougars getting out of the inning. As this pitch is going to be swung at and hit out of play for a long strike for Zabik. This is going to be number 22 up to bat here for the Pacers. It's going to be Rihanna Braswell. And like I mentioned before, she was part of that trio single crew in her last at-bat. As that one's going to be hit deep out the center field. But the play is going to be made by Lowry. And the Cougars get out 1, 2, 3 at the top of the 6th. We'll be right back at the bottom of the 6th for the Cougars. Back up the bat. And we are back here with Averett Sports Network. Peyton Lowry up the bat here for the Cougars. As the first pitch is called ball there to go ahead of the count for Lowry, 1-0. This one hit high out the center field. As that's going to be a pop out there for Lowry. She made good contact there, but just in the wrong spot. That was going to be Hunt out in center field making the play. The retired leadoff batter. This brings up now Jones up to hit for the Cougars. That one swung at and hit straight the shortstop. And again, the hot spot for the bats in second matchup here is Ayers, and Rodriguez has been getting their money's worth here, as Ayers this time making the play to go and get the second out here. So now 2 outs down, nobody on. This brings back up Zabik at the top of the lineup here for the Cougars. This pitch is going to be high, called ball, make it 1-0 for Zabik. Second pitch is going to be outside the zone called, or excuse me, he's going to catch inside the zone. Make it 1-1 here. So that one's going to be fouled off into the back of the net to make it another strike here for Zabik to make it 1-2. The Pacers are 1 strike away from getting out of this inning and going to swing in the bats in the top of the 7th. Try to get things going. It's not a bad pitch by Morey, just trying to get Zabik chase a little bit. Zabik doing a nice job staying off of that one, just watching it into the mitt of the catcher. And this one's going to be hit up the middle, out to center field, and that's going to be a single there for Zabik as she's able to reach with 2 outs on. With a runner on first, this brings up Rodriguez up to swing for the Cougars with 2 outs. So Rodriguez here with a runner on first gets hit with a first ball strike here for Morey. So Rodriguez finds herself behind the count now 0-1 with a runner on first, 2 outs here. So a high pitch going to be called ball, make it 1-1. Play is going to be either at second or first. So now the Pacers have 2 options here for the last out of the sixth inning. So that one's going to be hit to third. Day's going to go first. And close call there as the throw is a little bit inside in the runner's path. But the ball, Hawkins able to catch it and reel it back in before Rodriguez got there. So no harm done to either player. So we'll be back here at the top of the 7th. The Pacers have to score 2 runs to keep this thing alive. We'll be right back after the break. And we are back here with the Averett Sports Network, top of the 7th. The Pacers need 2 runs here to keep it alive and keep second game wins the hope for the win alive. They picked up the first game 9-1. Definitely the tale of two games here. The Cougars have been able to get the better part of the Pacers in this one. Only scoring in one inning today, but in that one inning put up 4 runs, and that was enough for the Cougars to hold on to a 2-run lead here so far in this one. So first 2 balls here is going to be called balls for Zabic. Go behind the count here, 2-0. That pitch is going to be called a little high. That's going to be 3-0 for the leadoff batter here for the Pacers. Zabic now has to battle all the way back in this one. Good pitch there by Zabic as Hunt was about to show bunt, it looked like, but it was able to pull it back. And not a bad thought there for Zabic, as that one was a little bit inside.
Now that number 19, Preston Hawkins.
So now leadoff batter for Peace. Reaches first off of a walk. And Nelson just talking to Zabic a little bit. Just calming her down a little bit and like, let's forget the first. Let's go ahead and get the second here. The Cougars, who have had shutout innings in 4 out of the 6. Looking for another one here. They've been playing very well defensively here. That pitch is going to be called a little bit too high for a first pitch ball here for Hawkins to make it now 1-0. So now 2-0 here. Zabic behind the count here with no outs and a runner on first. She's able to battle back and get an important strike there. As a pitcher, you do not want to walk 2 straight batters, especially in this case where the tying run is at home plate. And that's 2 straight good pitches for Zabic. She's able to get 1 and 2 right there to make it 2 and 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Zabic. She battled all the way back here to get 2 strikes. 1 strike away from retiring the batter at the plate. The tying run, as that one's going to be hit out of play. Called foul. So everybody's got to return back to their position here. As we still got a battle on our hands here. Zabic and Hawkins here going at it. And the way this game has been going, shortstop, you got to stay alive out there, Rodriguez. A lot of these balls have been going straight at shortstop. That one's going to go straight to Zabic. Zabic, heads up play, going ahead and getting the lead runner there. So the Cougars get their first out of the inning and retiring the runner at first, trying to go second. Great play there by Zabic using the IQ there. So now Logan Ayers, who has had a hot bat here for the Pacers with a runner on first and 1 out. Not a bad pitch there for Zabic, trying to get Ayers to reach out for it here early. Good pitch by Zabik. Go ahead and get in the strike to make it 1-1. Tying run at the plate right now for the Pacers. So that's hit out to center field. Lowry able to come across and keep it in front of her. So keeps runner at second. Runner from first does advance, though. So now runners on first and second with only one out. Tying run at first. Go ahead and run at the plate for Day. And this is a very dangerous hitter at the plate if you're the Cougars here. And they go ahead and get the out at third, so keeps the runners at second and first. Good heads-up play there by Rodriguez.
Now it's bat number 1. Make it fascinating.
She keeps the tying run there out of harm's length there. Or harm's way there. First pitch. It's going to be low, called ball. It's going to be McEnany at the plate here for the Pacers. That pitch looked good. Called ball to make it 2-0. Still same situation. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate. 2 outs on. Play can be made at third, second, or first. 3 options here defensively for the Cougars. Good pitch by Zabik. McEnany holds off that one. And Zabik goes ahead and gets a strike there. Now 2-1. That pitch is going to be a little bit outside. Not a bad idea from Zabik trying to get McEnany to chase it a little bit, but it looks like McEnany is trying to play it as safe as can be, only swinging that pitch as she has to. And that's not a bad thought there, especially in this situation, as that one's going to be hit out of play down the left field line. It's going to be called a long strike. So now full count here for Zabik. And McEnany battling here with 2 outs, 2 on, tying run at first. Pitch by Zabik. It's going to be high and outside. So now that's going to be a walk here to load the bases. 2-4. This is going to be number 26 pinch hitting here for the Pacers. Kylie Martinez. Kylie Martinez coming in this one with only 2 at-bats here. No hits recorded. Still looking for her first hit of the season. Play can be made at any bag here, as that's kind of a little half swing for Martinez, going to go down the right side line, falls foul to go for a long strike. 0-1. If you're the catcher, you got to keep it in front of you here. Don't want to give away any runs here. You got to be a brick wall. As that's going to be another hit out of play, fell foul. So now quickly, Zabic ahead of the count, 0-2 here. One strike away from ending game number 2 here. That one's going to be popped up. Looks like it's going to go to Lee, and Carson Lee ends everything here at the top of the 7th. The Cougars take game number 2, 4-2, and the series is split 1-1. The Pacers take game number 1, 9-1, but the Cougars battle back and take game number 2, 4-2, with 4 runs scored, all in the second inning for the Cougars. They get it done and close out defensively with another inning shutout here. So the Cougars will advance to 5-15, and the Pacers will fall to 14-8. This has been another episode of Averett Sports Network, and look forward to seeing you on the next live stream.